Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show. So without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Monday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be working on more Insignia dev. We have some updates to the demo that I'm going to be working on, particularly input related. We're going to get some remapping in there and some combat revisions that I want to play test. Last Friday, we were doing quite a lot of proposals and mucking around and thinking about things, trying to refactor or rethink the scope of defensive combat actions. And that led me to kind of a full circle moment. I kind of got to the point where I felt like I understood. I didn't want to go too far out, but I could, from the exploration, pick little bits and pieces that I wanted to incorporate back into the current system, which is a good result. Before we get too deep into discussion, I want to say welcome to everybody who's here in chat. Welcome. Ian McLeod, Bilbo Swaggins, Blue Bug is here. Ian McLeod, thanks for responding to that message. And then a big thank you to anyone who's lurking on YouTube or watching on YouTube. And then, yeah, most thanks to Gold T Fish, most recent follower, and Random Bike Hero, most recent subscriber. Okie dokie. So, we're dangerously close to having to do another 50k follows moment. That number has been fluctuating like up, down, up, down. I wonder if there was like a lot of bots that are getting like deleted or accounts that are getting deleted or something. Walter has a dialogue where he says retrieve. Yeah, maybe that's a bug. If you could post that in the Discord, that'd be great. If I've spelled it incorrectly. All right. So a little bit later today, we've got in about 40 minutes a team meeting for stand-up, which will be fun. And we've got animation chats, which I expect will be not that long. And then we just get to work for the rest of the day. So, what we want to do is, I guess I could quickly give you a bit of a rundown about what happened on the weekend regarding game dev and decisions. A couple things. First, with this whole combat encounter discussion, there was a lot of exploration that we did on Friday to do with like trying to bind the attack button to and like both offensive and defensive actions to the one button based on how long you've pressed it, and the concept of having like enemies and the player respond in different gradations when they get hit. So if you're in a parry stance and you get hit, something different should happen to if you're just standing there and you get hit. And there had been a lot of workarounds that I had in my previous system to sort of get around the fact that the system wasn't really designed to have things interrupt the default hurt behavior. So the concept of, for example, disadvantage in a fighting game, for example, in Street Fighter 6, if you're holding block while somebody presses their R2, the what's it called? Drive reversal. Your character doesn't just get hurt, they get like, they block and they walk back like 3 steps. And while that's happening, you can't press any buttons. So that's like a state that is not just you're in a combo. It's a state that says, hey, I'm in disadvantage now and I will be for the next certain amount of time. And so it changes how the fight can play out because you don't have control. Now in Insignia, there was previously just one straight path from, you know, taking damage, from a hitbox getting hit to you taking damage, and then the response to that was always the same. You just go, ugh, and you start flashing, and then you can run around straight after. So the complexity of combat was something that was limited on the defensive side because everything just sort of reset immediately. Now, for both players and enemies, this is something that we're now in a position that I can kind of fix. I can have some more interesting stuff happen because I've implemented a system. Hey, Uthox, how's it going? So the system that I just implemented this morning has this thing called hit receiver. So a hit receiver can be any script, and any script can subscribe itself to the life component that takes the collisions and interprets them. And hit receivers basically say, hey, can I jump in before you start processing the damage and the response, and let me try and assign my own response. And there can be multiple of them, and they can be on priority. So one thing can come in and say, oh, let me try to see if we can parry that. And if we parry it, don't do the rest of it. I've handled it. I've taken care of the determining what should happen when the player gets hit. So that's what this is doing. There's like a priority set of static integers. And then you can add integers between this, obviously. Kind of like the script execution order in Unity. We've got this hit report, which is what has happened as a result of this thing jumping in. So it can modify the collision info. It can say, actually, we take no damage because of this thing. Even though the hitboxes, you know, would otherwise trade. Maybe we would have taken 20 damage. Because we're in the parry stance, we take no damage. Stuff like that. So it can change the info. And then it can set these flags to say, hey, this prevents damage or this prevents contact altogether. So the enemy hitting the player doesn't even get a spark. They get nothing because we did a pirouette away or something like that. So this is working pretty well, actually. I literally just incorporated it this morning. I wrote it in like an hour and started pulling a lot of the previous like workaround hacky solutions out, and I've just rerouted them all through this thing, which is kind of cool. So for example, there was this thing called on reflex. On reflex was being used for reflex attacks, so attacks that have parry riposte aspects to them, and they would try to like steal, they would try to like get ahead of the take damage script and like do some stuff. Now that doesn't have to happen. That getting ahead is now part of the system. It's not something that they have to sort of try to hack their way through. So, I mean, right now it behaves exactly the same as it did before. There's no L1 block anymore. You can guard, but now when you're guarding, you get this clonk instead of taking damage. So you can see there, we took 0 damage, but we went into that sort of stumble animation. What I'd like to do next is, so the other major component to this aspect was not just for players, but for enemies to have varied responses to getting hit by the player. And a parry is like this kind of backstep. It's supposed to be a powerful attack. It's supposed to be meaningful. But what I'd like to do with it is have the space for enemies. Hey, McAneel. Oh, no worries. So have the space for enemies to be able to not go straight into this like parry animation. You know, there should be some kind of aspect where they get to maybe block you just once, you know, or something like that. And that will be based on the bar down below. So this moment here, right now it fills the bar and pops it, and that should be fine. That's how I would expect it to be. But what I want it to do instead is not burst all the time. So I might give them more poise and maybe at 50% they block, you know, and at 100% then they get juggled. So there's kind of like gradations to their negative disadvantage state. And that actually is pretty straightforward with this new system. I would just put what's called, I have this state called like on guard, and I put that, basically I subscribe that to the list of things that can interpret damage, and then let it determine which hurt state we go into rather than the massive hurt state. So in order to make that work, there are a few things, like we're not really there yet. I've still got a bit more work to refactor the system to allow that to happen. But yeah, making progress. I also think that what we'll do is have even the player's reaction. So when the player parries, this idea that they don't straight away get their reflex, they might get a clash animation too. They might have their sword bounce off of the enemy. I'm not sure. That's something that I'm sort of still... Oh, I can't roll? Interesting. That's no good. Let's have a look. Okay, so he's got hurt boxes all through, and they're just normal hurt boxes. So roll ability, invulnerable. Okay, so set invulnerable. Maybe we didn't take damage, but we got put into the damaged state. Is that what happened? Yes. Okay. So actually, this invulnerable needs to jump in at life component, at resolve collisions, at here, and is vulnerable. Oh. If not that, and is that, and not banned. But this is vulnerable is what we're looking at here. So if time minus that is greater than that, then it's true. Shouldn't it be less than? What? That's bad. Why is that? No. Greater than. Invulnerable start time is greater than invulnerable duration. We're vulnerable as long as this is outside of that. I don't love that, but that should still work. Hello. Interesting. So actually, that did not get called. But apply collision. Oh, there's two references to this. Wait a second. No, that's only happening here. Let's see if it's a different way. How long have I been working on this game? Hey, Real Power. This is the 9th year of this game's development. Crazy, huh? Just starting the 9th. What the heck? Why is that getting played out if apply collision isn't happening? Because take damage is definitely happening. What the heck? On hurt.invoke. Well, what else could be possibly doing this? I mean, you there? What's your call stack? Resolve collisions, receive hit. Hang on a second. Did I spell that correctly? Is that IEVE? No, spelled correctly. Okay, I'm crazy. That looks so wrong. Report receive hit, which is coming from stun, which is being subscribed to at what point? It will tell me in the call stack. Receive hit comes from resolve collisions. Oh, I see. Right, I see. All right. So basically what's happening right now is this receive hit is being processed without the vulnerability check. So now the question needs to be, what am I using this is vulnerable check for? Should you not get any touches at all if you're vulnerable? If you're invulnerable? Should it just be like you never got even, like nothing possible, nothing even interacted with you at all? If so, this needs to go higher up. This is vulnerable check. It needs to happen like up here. I think we can do that. But then I mean, could do that. Which will work wonders. But it would be nice to get a dodged kind of reaction, right? Some kind of like okay. I mean, that's fine. It's nice to know that would be an entry point. It's kind of cool. All right. That saves that issue. And there will be others. I think this will have created a bunch of bugs. Let's just do this. Okay. So I want some objectives today. I mean, I have some objectives and I want to review them. Okay. This stuff's not really what I'm looking at yet. Not this stuff. It is, I think, in combat updates. So need clearer feedback on guarded hit Armin hitting enemies or barricades that were blocked. Interest. Oh yeah, I think I actually did that already, but I haven't got that everywhere. Use on blocked feedback needs to be more universal. Be applied. Cool. Make it so that parrying an enemy with no pressure bar cancels into just a block. You don't get a fatal blow. Holding block should result in a clonk when struck. Okay. We can do that. I feel like there may be... What should happen if there's just a little wrinkle here that I suppose we can explore it, but like we might be able to theorize already. Okay. I'm swinging my sword. Yeah. And you're also swinging your sword. In this instance, should both of our swords go blang, or should one go through and the other go blang? I guess there's a difference between who, like the question is who is deflecting? Who's deflecting who, I suppose. Like, did I hit you or did you hit me or did we hit each other? You would want it to be that there was a winner in the interaction and the winner is the one who didn't get his sword bounced. I think that's how I would want to think about it. So there's a little bit of a rule here that I'm intuiting, which is this doesn't need to happen. It's just that yeah, I'm solving the same thing 3 or 4 different ways, or at least there are like 3 or 4 different places in the code where I could solve a certain problem, but I think, and they're all coming at it from different perspectives. So like I have this kind of attack called a reflex attack, and when the reflex attack does its job, right, like the player, you can see how like that could be considered like the parry stance and that could be considered riposte, and from this perspective I've made it so that he does it anyway, so it's all just one fluid attack. That assumption gives you the hitbox no matter what, because it treats it like an attack button, and that's okay. Like if you press an attack button, you expect a hitbox, right? So I'm okay with that. But then there's this moment where if you do that on startup, the screen goes dark, time slows down, and you get this immediate cut into the riposte. Now, from the player's perspective, that all feels right. I like that quite a lot. The other aspect that I want to think about though is the enemy's perspective. And in the enemy's perspective, getting hit by that riposte shouldn't automatically put them in this big massive blow up state, which means the enemy might have something to say about this that might, I suppose the word would be, reduce the power or like the reward that the player gets. I kind of want the player to be rewarded less than that. So like if I go like this, maybe I shouldn't get the slowdown straight away. Maybe what I get is just a deflection or something like that. Maybe the slowdown only happens when I break the pressure bar. The slowdown is like you did something so right that it changes the outcome. Like in this case, I stole an ensign off the enemy because of, you know, because I did what's called like an outplay. So in this case, that slows down because now we get to do this. And I think if I go in that direction, if I commit that, I think we'll be okay. Did I just take no damage from touching that bee? That would be a bad thing. Uh-oh. Okay, that did something. No, it's doing damage. Just not very often. Ooh, double hits is no good either. That's bad. Actually, hang on. Is there? No, and there's nothing wrong. Oops. Oh, thanks, Chipler. That's no good. Why were we getting double hits? Was I hitting? I wasn't hitting two of them, was I? It looks good. Okay. Well, anyway, we'll come back to that. So, we've got 10 minutes before our meetings. Holding block should result in a clonk when struck. That kind of is what I just did. So we'll get rid of that. Make it so that parrying an enemy with no pressure bar makes the enemy go into on guard. You don't get the fatal blow, and also no reflex. So now we've got to go back to this idea of reflex, and this is what I'm trying to fix today. Reflex attack. So this thing has the slowdown baked into it, right? Yeah, this add effector slows down time. Oh, Armin went into the red fire teleporting animation and you didn't have the sword yet? That shouldn't be possible. No one's found that. How is that possible? I'll have a look at it. But definitely put that in the Discord, yeah, in the forum. So this thing like predetermines, and it lives on Armin's, on the player character's like game object. This thing like predetermines that we're gonna slow the game down whenever we go into this animation. But if instead I want this to be some sort of like reward, then I need to have the enemy sign off on the fact that we get to do this. So the slowing down thing needs to be, pardon me, somewhere neutral so that the two things can be signed off on before we go into it. Otherwise, you know, maybe we just remove this concept of reflex attack altogether. Maybe it just is what it is. I mean, or just the slowdown aspect. Maybe just the slowdown aspect. I mean, the concept of the reflex attack is that it skips to its active frame if you parry at the right time, or if you are within a certain window. And this was good. It feels good to do, but maybe it's too powerful. Maybe it's something that I want to take away from the player. I think for now, it just comes down to whether or not you should be punished for doing it. Is there any way of doing it in, like, the job of this is to make it so that you can't screw it up, but maybe I want you to be able to screw it up if you press it too late or something like that. I think I would prefer for what this comes down to is the idea of what happens if there is an enemy combo. That's really what this comes down to. And if the enemy combo is that they want to go like 1, 2, 3, 3 successive hits, then this can't. I need for the interaction when this happens. I need for that interaction to be that the enemy gets to do what they want to do and the player doesn't. So it's actually the opposite of what I was thinking of before. If it's a combo. Interesting. Yeah. Hey, Moloskio, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Wow, that's huge. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I don't know if I recognize your name that much, but I really appreciate it. Ragnaros and Stitch the Suck. No. Ragnaros and Stitches Suck says, as you get more and more features, how do you do testing? Do you still manually test things, or are there libraries that allow you to do most of it? No, I do testing with the community. Like we have a Steam playtest, and people playtest the stuff and they tell me if it's broken and then I fix it. Yeah. I'll just tell my team we got a meeting in 5. Stand up in 5. Cool. Thank you so much. You've never seen it before because I built it. Scene graph is the game, all of the scenes in the game mapped out so that I can, it's basically my game's world map, but it's also a level, it's like a world map editor, and I use it to just flick around the game. Like if I just want to load up a scene, I want to go here, double click, now I'm in that scene. It is cool. I want to take it to market soon, but my co-developer on it is he's really busy at the moment. So yeah, this combo situation, it's interesting because in a way, it's almost up to the enemy to determine if it's like trying hard. Like a jab in boxing, right? If you throw a jab, the jab is not intended to have your weight behind it. So when you jab and someone like blocks it away or something, it's not like you suddenly go off balance. You're just like, it's not a big deal. Like I'm just poking at you. I'm not committing a massive amount of my energy to this. Whereas if I was trying to throw a big haymaker and they slip it, right? If someone dodges my haymaker, now I'm all the way over here, and now they can, respond. So the kind of analog here is that the enemy should be able to do what's like almost, I don't know if it should be codified as a combo, but there should be essentially a way for the enemy to say, hey, I'm attacking you right now. And if you parry me, you don't get to do a big, massive blow-up parry. If you parry, it's just going to come out as a perfect guard. It's just going to come out as you went ding, and it sets you up for the next attack. But you're not free to act. You're just in the parry. You're in the combo. I think that would feel good if we can force it. As long as the enemy suffers a lot of posture damage when that happens. So actually, what needs to happen is this reflex attack, when they receive the hit, maybe there's like a parry sheet, like a deflect sheet that's part of the reflex attack. And then I guess the question is, does this reflex attack have a special, like, is this the only one? Is Armin's directional attacks, are they the only ones that have this like deflect property, or is deflect something that every enemy can do as well? Posture? Sure. So I have a couple of things in my game that have this kind of like posture, poise, pressure thing. What we're describing is basically what should happen in fighting games and in action games. This concept of, I'm pressing a button right now, and that button is putting me in an animation. If something happens to me while I'm doing this, do I get broken out of that animation, or do I get to keep going? That's called poise. So poise means I have enough points in this stat that when I'm attacking, I get to keep, it's still my turn, even if you attack me first. So heavy characters in fighting games often have poise, high poise, or in like Elden Ring, a lot of the bosses will have high poise, or just big enemies. It basically means that you have to respect their animations, otherwise you'll just get hit even if you hit them. So that's poise. Posture is or I call it pressure, is kind of an extension of that, and it basically puts that aspect not just in a Boolean check. It's not just either my animation went through or it didn't, but it puts a resource behind it. It's like a value that's a floating point number that changes with the fight. So in a game like Sekiro, an enemy will have posture that allows them to deflect your attacks up to a certain point. So over successive hits, their ability to defend against you starts to go down because the pressure is building, or their posture is being broken, basically. So it's basically saying, yeah, to what degree can this entity deal with being attacked right now in a way that's not really got anything to do with like their current, like, it's not that they're blocking, it's that they have an inherent resilience against whatever's happening to them in this moment, just based on the fact that they're strong or they've got armor on or something like that. Yeah, it's just like a useful, yeah, I mean, in a game like Smash Brothers, it would be whether the enemy, when you attack them, the other player, whether they get knocked away or not. You know, a lot of the characters, like Captain Falcon, has a move called Falcon Punch. And Falcon Punch has what's called super armor, which is equivalent to poise. So when you attack Captain Falcon while he's in his Falcon punch, when you attack him, he might just go while he's inside the punch, but the punch just keeps happening. So it's like Falcon, and you hit him, and he goes, and he goes punch. Anyway, that little knock is basically the game saying, he's got more poise than this. A character like Ganondorf has them on every single smash attack he's got. Up, down, forward, back, whatever. And so if he didn't have that armor, he would just get knocked away. In this game, it's similar. And it's the only real way to make the fight more subtle. Because otherwise, every hit just knocks them away or you get knocked away. Or knocks them down or you get knocked down. It's too binary. It's too obvious. There's no like nuance in it. Alrighty. So I got a meeting now. And it's not that every game has to have this. It's just that there's a kind of game that you get when it's hit or be hit. And I'm not making that kind of game. Okay. I'm in. This is... Admit. Hello.
Morning.
Morning.
What is for me?
Morning, partner. We got everybody. I think we're missing just Luca. How's everyone been?
Good.
How's moving in?
It's actually not been too bad.
Sweet.
It's been kind of nice rearranging everything as well. So we're sort of moving her stuff in, but also like shuffling what's already here. And we're optimizing. It's great.
There is a special feeling of like if furniture ever gets moved around, you feel like you have like a new room. It's like the feng shui has changed.
Yeah. We've rotated the lounge room 90 degrees.
Ooh.
Everything's new again.
Yeah, it's nice.
Hey, Luca, how's it going?
Hey, doing all right. How are you guys? Doing all right?
Yeah.
Doing okay.
Cool. All right. Well, I'll kick us off. Welcome, everyone, to a new week of Insignia Dev. I think this week's going to be much of the same for us. I think everyone's pretty much still on tasks that are going to continue, but I guess in the meantime, I'll say what I've been working on, and I'll kick us off. So last week, I've been kind of working on some more granular combat stuff between Luca and myself. We've been tinkering away at some of the more nuanced combat options, I suppose, or mechanics that can allow enemies and Armin to have more nuanced options inside of the fight. And I think I have a solution that hopefully, well, it's not going to change any inputs for the game, which is great, and we'll still achieve that. So I've been working on that a little bit. Also, I think GDC is this week, and I have kind of like an agent / publisher helping me. They've got a meeting with a platform that hopefully, if it goes well, things will move faster from there. So I'm sort of waiting on some stuff there. But other than that, also working on just patches for for this week's Steam demo updates. Merch samples are on the way. The rest of it. Okay, so that was my last week. And then this week, I'm going to keep on with that stuff. I'm putting a little bit of emphasis on more Chapter 2 content. So on Friday, I was working on, or it might have been Thursday, the Chapter 2 boss fight arena, and that's making good progress. I want to be doing a little bit more, much more story related content so that we can play test it. Just kind of now that the Steam demo is kind of out and people are playing it, just do less of that in each week and more content stuff. So that's my priority. If I can keep to it, we'll see. But why don't you tell us what you've been up to, Luca?
Hey, yeah, I've been working on the Lingson combat behaviors mostly. And just a couple of placeholder animations, just so it looks like he's doing what he's trying to do instead of just having some idle post sliding around. I can show what I've kind of done.
That'd be great.
Yeah, there was a little bug where he would sometimes just freeze up when he's trying to attack, which I believe I fixed. But I'm just kind of conscious that it will happen, but hopefully not. Maybe I'm not closing a state or something properly, but yeah, let me put this on.
It's work in progress. Give it a go.
Yeah.
We won't judge you.
All right.
Too much.
Let's see. Yeah. So at the moment, like we've got one of the old builds with the guard, which is probably not going to be in. So I've kind of just ignored that for now. So at the moment, he's got these 3 hit sequences. Yeah, and those are the shuffle animations.
That was cool.
And just adjusting the timing with it. So at the moment he's got 3 hits.
Nice.
Oops, wrong way. Yeah. Don't even know my own attack patterns. Yeah. Yeah.
That's looking really cool.
Oh, crap.
The flurry looks it looks pretty legit.
You can see that. Yeah, it's getting there. I feel like I've sped up a few things and it feels a bit more tighter now. Yeah, so
nice.
He'll block things and yeah. It's
really coming along for sure.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, once we've fine-tuned like what we want to do with the whole parry thing, like I don't know, I'd like, these sort of things to, like, if you're blocking hits, you shouldn't take any sort of chip damage, or ideally, I don't know, whatever system we come up with.
Yeah. I wonder if
maybe the neutral attacks anyway.
Do you think so right now I'm playing around with the idea that you should be able to parry each of those hits but not get a big kind of like effect until like you break the poise bar. So like but I wonder if we were to go for something way simpler, like it's kind of cool just watching you block through that chain. I suppose it's just a question of whether we want the player to have to block it with a direction. But it's kind of nice just watching you like guard against 3 hits in a sequence, and then the last one you parry. That's cool.
Yeah, like we discussed, if neutral attacks should just be pretty basic and not really have anything too involved in it. You just block it. And the directional attacks are the important ones where you'll get punished for, well, you might take chip damage if you just block those or miss attack opportunities.
Yep.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, we'll continue to play with it. It's coming along really well, though. I'm liking it for sure.
Yeah, I'm definitely feeling a bit better about it. But yeah, I'm happy to see, just how we take the combat systems and how we can kind of flesh this out a bit more.
Yep.
With that in mind.
I've got the like another enemy, the slam shell that you did a bit of work on earlier. We might revisit that this week as well, if my work is slowing you down here, which I think it might be. So, yeah, we'll talk about that a bit later.
Yeah, no worries. Sounds good.
Cool. And Morgan P, your last week, you did some work on I'll let you say it.
Yeah, I was working on the Wolverine Barbarian. I finally got his spin done.
Yep.
And I've also just got it done again now because I noticed a mistake.
Cool.
So I'm literally just exporting the GIF for that so I can show you.
Sweet.
Da, da, da. I realized I forgot to add back in the back of his tunic. There we go.
I'll bring it
So
up on
that's
the
in the
screen.
art channel.
I got it. Am I? Well, people on stream can see it. Sweet. Yeah, I like it. I like the tail's looking great.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's cool. I'm excited to put that one in the game. And this week, I think we've got at least one more attack. He's got just like a slam, which is a really simple one.
Mm-hmm.
It's like 1 keyframe or 2 keyframes. So maybe we'll get through that pretty quickly this week. But this is looking good. Awesome.
He's got, just looking through the thing, he's got the rebound, the hurt, and shockwave.
Yeah, so shockwave, I don't actually know. I can't remember what rebound was for. I was looking at it last night. I was like, what is that for? Oh, it's for when Armin parries him. The sword goes back, the hammer goes back. Okay, yeah, that's also not too, that shouldn't be too big. And then, yeah, the hurt animation. So that's even just 1 frame, I think. So
it is, yeah.
Yeah, maybe it won't be exactly 1 frame, but sweet. Yeah, we'll talk about that after this meeting because we've got animation catch up after this. And then Elias, how's your week been?
Good. I've been working on the last, or hopefully some of the last Slam Shell revisions.
Yep.
I would have them to show, except I was literally right before the meeting. I was going to push them, and I realized I'm on the wrong branch.
Oh, okay.
So they'll be pushed like right after this.
Awesome.
But yeah, that, and also, oh, there you go. This
prepping it for you.
Yeah, the sounds for all this new combat stuff. So I did a little like diagram for myself just to kind of organize the different scenarios into these buckets so I can rationalize how they'll start to sound.
Yeah, it's really cool. I love this slant on the rectangles to like display who's attacking and who's defending. It's really cool. And I also like this. Excellent. It's so arcade.
Yeah, I was like, well, what's better than good?
Yeah, it's really good. I think for the most part, I'm pretty much fully on board with this. I mean, this is how I was thinking about it internally anyway, so it's good to have it formalized. Cool. Okie dokie. And finally, Morgan R. How was your last week?
Yeah, good. So last week I was mostly working on the Rekika boss fight again, trying to find the theme for Kerr, which is coming along well. I listened to it again this morning. I was like, oh, yes, it feels right.
Awesome. Do you want me to play it?
You can, yeah, sure.
I don't remember if we did it on. Well, we didn't meet all on Thursday, so I'll bring it in. It's good stuff. Chapter 2, and then which one am I playing? Do you remember?
The top one, like
This one here?
the one with Kerr. Yeah.
Sweet. I'll put the volume up. It's so good. Can I play this one too?
Sure.
So this was, you can set it up for us.
So this one is where I've overlaid Kerr's theme with what we had for Rekka's theme, so they kind of interplay with each other, which will be like the final phase when they're both fighting you.
Sweet. Chills. Cool.
That's
Yeah.
so cool.
I'm excited about it.
Me too.
This is one of the tracks that I feel is landing.
Very
Happy.
cool. Yeah.
All right. So are you happy to keep chipping away at that this week?
Yeah, I'll keep working on that, and then I want to return to the shovelwood as well.
Sweet.
Do some tweaks on that as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, everyone's doing such good work. I'm really excited for how this week's gonna pan out. And yeah, I'll speak to you all in our respective meetings throughout the week. Luca and Morgan, you can stay on for animation review, but for everybody else, thank you so much for meeting me for stand up.
Thanks. See ya.
See ya.
See you.
Bye.
Actually, I think we can go into like a separate meeting link, which will record them in a different document. So maybe we'll do that. I'll jump out and then we'll just rejoin under that link if that's convenient for everybody.
Okay. Yeah, no worries.
All right.
Is
See you in a
that
sec.
okay?
Oh.
Oh my god.
Okay. I'll see you there. Hello.
Hello.
We're
Sorry,
all
I'm still
back.
getting used to like finding which links are the actual ones I'm in.
Yeah. I need to organize it a bit better. I'm like kind of like, oh, is this the Thursday one or the Monday one?
My
Yeah.
when I go to meet.google.com, it just has them all queued up here. So I just click the one. I don't know if it has that for you guys, but yeah.
Because I've been just going by the links on email.
So am I.
Sorry
I've
about
just
that.
realized I could
Or
do.
notification comes up and saying, "Oh, you got a meeting." Like, oh,
I've just realized I can probably make desktop shortcuts with the links in them
That's
for
pretty
each
cool.
day.
Okay.
so powerful.
Alrighty. So welcome everybody to Animation Sync. So I think for the most part, like we're all pretty much aligned with what we need to do. Luca, for you, I think. Let me just check the schedule. I'd like for us, particularly with the links in, to have like a set number of animations. Maybe we could. I mean, either you could propose it, or I could play what you've got and propose like just a set number of animations and say, okay, like this is the schedule remaining, and we won't do these animations. We won't do these. We'll just do these ones. I'd like to get that sorted sooner than later. If you could let me know, maybe like even just this afternoon, like if you could give me the list of animations that you're currently, just by the tag that you're currently working with. And maybe just like with like crossed out the ones that we aren't currently using.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. There's probably a few that we don't need anymore really. If we want to keep the links, and he feels kind of complete now with what he's got. Yeah, so I can do that. That'd be easy.
Awesome. Yeah, because ideally I want to update this list to make sure that we're across it and we can actually sign it off. And then for the slam shell, we do have this. This is all in the game, isn't it? Like these have at least roughs.
Oh, hang on. I think I closed the Twitch. Oh no, it's there.
That's okay.
Sorry. Yeah. So what have we got? Yeah, those are in there. It's just the Telegraph. I know you mentioned you might have wanted to take a stab at it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're completely happy with my kind of rough animation of what it was.
Yeah, I would like to take a look at it. Maybe I'll try to get to this by like Tuesday or Wednesday, so that once you're good with whatever you're working on now, like I know you've probably got plenty with the links and that you could just be working on. I'll just make sure. Yeah, maybe just once we review what we've got, I can see how high I want to prioritize this, because this is actually like it's low on my priority list, but it's high in the sense that I don't want you to feel like you have nothing to do.
No, I understand. Yeah, and there's a lot of like even the animations I've almost or pretty much marked as complete. Like there's still things that I want to just fix up that look a bit off. I don't know. As I go through the animations, I want to fix things and make it look better.
Cool.
So I can do that as well.
Yeah, I will see if I can get this. I'll prototype out any animations that aren't to my liking, so that all you have to do is detail and polish. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay. And then that'll be you for the week. And then Morgan, you are working on the Barbarian. And so what I want this week for you to focus on is it was the shockwave animation, which for you will just be, I won't ask you to do the effects. I just need the character animation. So we'll get shockwave, and then do you think would you want me to like schedule up the others as well? Should we just do the rest of them?
Yeah, if you want.
Okay. So we'll go rebound, hurt, and shockwave.
Yeah.
Sweet. Okay. Alrighty then. And if I think they're mostly pretty good. I think maybe the hurt might not be super defined.
I can kind of get a sense for it. It's the rough isn't too bad.
Okay. Cool. Well, if you feel comfortable, I mean, if there's anything that like is unclear, just let me know and I'll provide more clear direction in the frames. But yeah, sweet. And maybe it would be good to have like an idol as well. But I won't schedule that for this week.
Okay.
We'll do that separately.
Yep.
Cool. All right. Well, that's all I have for the two of you this week. If everyone's clear on everything, we can wrap up this meeting and have a great rest of your day.
Alrighty.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
Talk to you later.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Sweet. All right. Meetings successed. Now, let's get back to combat animations. Not animations. I'm tricking myself. Gaslighting myself here. Combat refactors. So, we are doing combat refactors. Let's work on what we're doing. That's right. We were thinking about whether or not the reflex attacks should be in control of the slowdown or not. And what Luca was just showing us is actually a really good example. Like, I need to decide whether the player is in control or whether the enemy is in control. And that aspect of like who's in control, it's an interesting one. Because we're doing something that's quite different to any other game. In Insignia, how would I describe it? The proposition that we've had for how combat works, like how it works in the tutorials, in the demo right now, is there is no dedicated guard button. Guarding is on the attack button. You just hold it down. So if we wanted directional guards within the context of this single button implementation, it would be pressing a direction with the guard button held, right, with the attack button held, as opposed to pressing the attack button and letting it go. Now this swing upwards or swing downwards or whatever, these attacks, if they're going to be offensive but have defensive properties, then the thing that's important is to decide, for the player's sake, when do we see the defensive properties? When do we see the exchange? If an enemy is attacking us and we are technically attacking at the same time in the opposite direction, what governs whether or not we get like a rebound where Armin's sword clangs away, or the enemy sword clangs away and we get to continue our attack? I don't know if there is a precedent in gaming for determining this. And because it's a single player game, like we could just determine something. We could just say, oh, for this enemy in this attack, it's this. The enemy's attack wins. Or we could set up a system, but that system I think would have to be quite robust in that the player needs to be able to predetermine like what's going to happen, or at least learn very quickly why what happened. So, right now, the prototype that I was about to make was to make it so that reflex attacks, what we're doing right now, have the potential to deflect, and then for us to be able to check whether or not we deflect or outplay on the next frame. But maybe we should just quickly draw this up. And I actually think maybe we could use the sound effects. So what we're talking about is this kind of situation here. Actually, enemy hits player parried perfectly, enemy's attack is blocked. So there's a version of this that's kind of the opposite, which is sort of like this, but instead of a shield here, it's an enemy doing a combo or something like that with poise. So, I mean, it's not out of the question that following this logic, we end up very much down the Sekiro route of giving the player a parry bar and giving the enemy their poise bar. So we expose the player's version of the parry bar. And for us to make the difference between bad and okay and good and excellent, we have it so that the player loses poise or loses pressure, gains pressure, if they just hold the button down and get attacked over and over again. So we kind of introduced this idea of stamina, but it's not just stamina. It doesn't just go down when you attack. It goes down when you do something wrong. So that's something that I'm interested in. I mean, we could totally explore that. The only thing here is this question about what governs, or how would we code that in the game? So to me, if we just look at the pipeline right now for reflex attack is a stance that you go into essentially midway through an animation. It's kind of like, it's just an animation, it's just an attack, but it has the ability to skip frames to the active frames if you get attacked midway through. That's what this is supposed to do. Now, in this context, that looks like, if we were to write it down exactly how it is playing out, it's something like this. Enemy attack swings at player. Player responds with directional attack, which is a reflex attack. Okay. Collision happens. Then, so this is like the scenario. So the outcome is that the collision happens. And then, as part of the collision, the reflex, which determines that it's a reflex outcome, the reflex animation is it takes priority in the on hit registered we'll just say on hit registered, and currently reflex just immediately pivots into outplay animation time slows down. Enemy gets hurt instead of player. Okay. Hey, Mr. D-Boy, welcome. So that's currently what happens. And what we want to happen instead is somewhere in this, there needs to be a line that says enemy poise determines that they cannot be outplayed on this exchange. Things are okay. Things are okay. So this here, I don't have a way to insert this into this yet. So I think that in the context of it's a single player game, right? So because it's a single player game and it's not an RPG, I don't think it should be up to the player. It shouldn't be up to the player's stamina. It should just be a Boolean of like, do we both have stamina? Or even does the enemy have enough stamina to persist in their combo? That's really the question. So it's something like, does the enemy have enough stamina to persist in their combo? That's kind of what we're trying to solve in this moment. So if I think about it, let's just sort of do a bit of role play here. That's the moment there. Okay. This is what we're talking about. It's what happens right here, right? They swung at us, we swung upwards at them. I think the answer should be, like right now, they just win. I mean, we just win. Instead, it will be something like, if they have any stamina left, we go into a parry guard. We go into just a guard and they get to finish their animation as long as they have stamina left. Now, the only thing I don't love about that is there's kind of two scenarios that I at the same time, from player perspective and from enemy perspective, that I want to respect. So one of them is this. It feels good. It's like two different, what are they called? Values. Hit, exchange, value, arbitration. Okay, so the first one is from the player perspective. It feels good to be able to finish your attack whenever you press an attack button, as assuming if you did the right thing. Right? If what you did was right and you pressed the button that was an attack button, shouldn't you get to finish your swing? That's the first thing. From the enemy perspective, there are many valid reasons why it would be better to have the enemy dictate the flow of combat in certain scenarios, e.g., for a flurry combo attack. The idea of blocking, ping, 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 is really important. That's cool, right? It's a cool moment. And if the player just gets to finish their animation, then the player won't be in a position to kind of like respond, because they'll be stuck in the end frames of the attack that we gave them, right? So if we don't let them do that, then they instead go bing, and then they get to press another button straight away. So it's actually unintuitively to the player, it's actually better if their attack gets parried, gets like deflected, because being stuck in the end frames of an animation while the enemy is flurrying at you sucks. Because I successfully got my hit off, and the enemy is now hitting me back on their second hit. And I don't want the enemy to get bounced. I don't want them to get parried, because then there's no combo. There's no cool moment. So it has to be that if you correctly directional attack, you don't get to finish your combo. I mean, you don't get to finish your animation. You get something that is kind of it's like a positive deflection is what I guess we would call it. Something where the player looks confident, the character looks triumphant, but it's not an attack. It's like a pow, like a I blocked you. You know, it's something like that. Mr. D-Boy says, you got frustrated by how early parry was introduced. You feel like parry needs to be introduced like 2+ hours in, maybe. Interesting. I think you might be right. The demo is quite compressed right now. It kind of tries to teach you everything. I wonder... I mean, look, there's a lot of depth in this game, and I'm all for... Because I've been working so long on Chapter 1, it makes perfect sense to me that we might want to spread some of that density out over the game. However, the idea of counterattacking, well, I think in Chapter 1 you don't need to parry anything in order to get an ensign. It's something you can do, but you don't need to do it. So maybe we could get away with not teaching parry in the first chapter. That's totally fine, yeah. But, yeah. I mean, this is literally it. This is the moment that this is like the crossroads of the design philosophy of the whole game. Is the game about parrying? Is it something that's just part of combat? Or is that like something that's later? i.e., is this a Sekiro-like? Is that what I'm making? Or is this just like a thing that can happen off the beaten path of gameplay? You know? This is what we're discussing right now. It's very pivotal here, because it's the dependent question to answer this question is the question, who is it for? Who is the game for? That's really critical, because if the game is for people who like games where you can parry and it's supposed to be, you know, deep combat wise, then what some of you were saying is that teach it early because it's fundamental to the game. If the game is not about that, but it just happens to be a thing that can be done, well, then it's sort of like, yeah. You've already been working on the game for years. Shouldn't this have been defined a long time ago? Well, should is a very relative question. The way I see it is this. There are certain parts of the game that are, whenever you design something, right, you have preconceptions about what it is you're making. And the design process, like if you're just engineering without design means you have a brief, you meet the brief, you move on. Art, on the opposite end, is very exploratory, right? You put paint on the canvas, and as you're painting the canvas, you find it's like it reveals itself to you what it wants to be. And if you put engineering and art, you know, on two sides of a spectrum, design is kind of in the middle. So part of the game is inflexible. Part of the game's story and aspects of how it's supposed to feel are, you can't change them. But parts of them, because the game has so many aspects to it, I'm always open to pivoting on certain design aspects if the resulting product is better or more cohesive. So for me, even things like trends in player taste or opportunities in design, if it's clear to me that actually there's a way cooler game just on the other side of this parry mechanic than where we're currently headed, there's just way more creative potential, it's way more marketable to push a little bit further into the parry side, then yeah, I'm open to pivoting the direction slightly. And it's not like we're changing genres, but yeah, the game feel can fall one side or the other. It's a very common thing that happens in game design, where developers will make a decision that makes the game feel very much one way or another way, and players, down to like a balance change, like the timing of a parry window. If you make it under 200 milliseconds, it's going to be brutally hard. If you make it over 500, it's going to be brutally easy. Super easy. So lots of games, the game being easy or hard can come down to one value, and I think that's, as a developer, something that you just have to be vigilant over. You just have to be aware that as you shape the game, who it's for, you're trying to zero in on something, but you don't just say on day one, I'm making this, it's for these people, and I never change aspects of the game. I just think in making the game and playing the game, you discover what it wants to be. I think that's just, you can't get away from that. Yeah. No, actually, this is not, I love this discussion. I'm not super asking for feedback or anything at the moment. This is actually a very specific, a lot of these problems are like very bound up in how the game already works. It's not something where I'm like, oh, it could do this. That's cool. I'll change that. It's more like literally down to like the event callbacks, like which callback happens first, or like which part of this, how would I engineer it to do this exact thing? It's not like what could happen in the game. All right. So yeah, this is the only thing that I think I was open to thinking about here. Oh, thank you, Mr. D-Boy. So from the player perspective, it feels right, but at the same time, we can't allow you to do that. So, or like a very large enemy strikes with lots of poise attacks the player. Yeah, there has to be a positive defensive aspect. Hey, a couple game studio. I don't know where I got mess from. I just picked it out in the middle. Oh, thank you so much. Best of luck to you. Yeah, I think like it's very making a game on a brief and sticking to the brief is great if you know exactly what you want to make and you don't have any creative aspect that you want to put into it of your own. But it's just a different philosophy, really. If I was like, I'm gonna make this game with these changes, then I think you can stick pretty close. Like, I'm gonna make a game that's exactly Dark Souls. It's gonna have stamina. It's gonna have, all of these aspects, except it's gonna do this one thing differently. Even in that context, that one thing that it does differently might make it might be the linchpin that means that all the other things that would happen in a Souls-like can't happen because of this change that you made. That's totally possible. I don't know if people realize this, but like, if you took Dark Souls and you changed even one thing about like attack speed, it would be a very different game. If you changed, even in the original one, the backstab, for example, is so powerful that if once you learn how to do backstabs in Dark Souls, it's a very different game. And if they only took the backstabs out, or if they took stamina away, very different game. Like Sekiro is like that, right? Sekiro is like Dark Souls, except with this deflection system. But think about how many other parts of Sekiro have to be that way, not just because it's a different game, but because it's specifically not Dark Souls. Like the progression tree in Sekiro exists because animations make so much more of an impact on how the game plays. It's not a game where you just put points into attack. They specifically took away the whole sections of the RPG system and swapped them with an action, like a character action game system. Why did they do that? In my opinion, it's because all of those changes are downstream from the parry system in Sekiro. Like, they probably started prototyping Sekiro with an RPG set of mechanics, and then noticed later, oh, these mechanics don't work with this system because it changes the core prospect of what the game is. So even if you think that you have things that should be set in stone at the start of a project, any novel aspect, you need to be open to those novel aspects shifting the design, the core design questions, because it's only through play that you can feel the changes in tension, the shifts in where the fun is, where is the game in here. And as a player, you just have a better sense of like, oh, this game wants to be more like this. This game would be way better if it was this. Even if on paper in the design document you said something different. That's what happened to me, like 4 times. That's why I went 9 years in. Okay. So, large enemy attacks with lots of poise. Yeah, I mean, all of these things are good reasons. Anything to do with the pressure system needs to support this. So then, yes. Therefore, we instead have the player do a what the heck? Yeah. Vent. Deflect. E.g. feels positive, but does not continue their attack. That's what we want. And does a lot of pressure damage to the enemy. Great. I love it. Okay. So then in this context, in Armin's situation here, these reflex attacks would certainly need a deflect. And even the enemy version would need a deflect. So let's just do it. I'm ready. And maybe there's like I guess here's the question is it that we have sword behavior? This is how I currently have it set up. I have sword behavior, which has directional attack, like up attack. You know, I've kind of got it set up like up, down, left, right. And then I've also got like literally We've got up air, down air, left air, right air. And I've also got combo, which has 1, 2, 3 hits in it. So the question is, what made you put in a screen line effect? I find it interesting because I didn't expect any kind of thing for a fantasy type game. You mean when we attack the enemy and they go. Let me see what I'm talking about. You mean this? That? Or do you mean like, or do you mean this, literally the scan lines, which are not on screen right now? What the heck? Where'd they go? Okay, no scan lines right now. Hang on. This. I don't know why they're not showing up. The scan lines are just a retro thing. You know, it just is what it is. Why can't we see them though? Is post-processing off? No, it's on. The volume is on. The Insignia renderer is off. Now it's on. You mean this thing here? This? Is that what you're talking about? That's just to make it feel a bit more retro. That's literally it. It's just there to make it feel a little bit more like you're playing on a CRT monitor. Nothing to do with the game. It's just a post-processing thing. Yeah. Like, it's not like sci-fi games have these and retro games don't. You know, back in the day, TVs had these. It didn't matter what you were playing on it. Every TV had it. Okay. I probably should write that down if that just happened. I think it's no. Let's do it here. So this is okay. Cool. Alrighty. It is an option. You can turn it off. Maybe I shouldn't keep it on. Maybe it should be off by default. I actually quite enjoy the game with the settings that I have right now. I think this looks pretty good. The only thing is the scan lines do quite a good job of making the game feel just a little bit like it just puts a little bit of a separation between the exact pixels that are drawn. In fact, all of the little CRT effects, I even had one that was like a blur. Like I had like a blur offset that was just a little bit. And it looks like the game's lower resolution now. But like at this like lower resolution, you actually can't see when I fuzz it up a little bit, you can't see a lot of the imperfections that come from, you know, the character position being 0.2 pixels off and then snapping. Like there's stuff here that looks bad when it's fully clear. You know, like you could see kind of like there, right there. You know, this little jank here. I mean, there's even a little bit of blur now already with the projection stuff. But like, it's almost better that it's not pixel perfect. It's not even like pixel perfection. It's like, it just looks too clean. You know, it just looks too clean if you draw everything as rendered. And I don't think anyone cares. I mean, maybe they care a little bit. Where am I from? Like my ethnic background or like what country I live in? All right. So we're going to do, yeah, I was talking about this. So right now the sword behavior has all of this, right? I'm from Australia. So the question is, we've got like deflect, you know, deflections. And it might just be like 1, 2, 3. It is Figma. So the question is, do these deflections live like on the attacks? Like, does the up attack have deflections? Or does the up attack get cancelled and then sword behavior.deflections plays when we correctly parry? I don't know. I actually have no idea what it should be. I suppose we could just walk down the, you know, walk down the tree of logic and ask ourselves what happens if we do it this way. If up attack gets cancelled into deflection, then when we reflex, this slowdown, all of this probably won't happen. We'll just end the animation entirely and go straight into the deflection. I think it's okay. No, I do that all the time. It's not about whether it would look weird. Armin auto cancels into different animations constantly. It's more about what control do I have? Once I leave this context, I can't do any of the slowdown stuff. And then the question would be like, where does that get governed by? Like, who determines that we should go into the deflection? Because if the deflection is owned by the sword behavior, maybe it's the sword behavior that should be determining whether or not these attacks like even get to try to do their deflection. You know, maybe sword behavior is the one that says, oh, actually you get to deflect now. It's a tough one because I don't really know. I'm trying to abide by good design standards and I don't really know which ones to apply here. Is it single responsibility principle? Is it don't repeat yourself? Is it modularity? Like, what is the thing that should govern this decision? Hey, Swabby Games, I'm making an action adventure. It's called Insignia. Kind of like Zelda, but 2D side scrolling. Yeah, because like ultimately I want to not repeat myself and I want to have this logic be written above everything, but I also want to make these things responsible for whatever they're doing. And if I'm putting the responsibility of the reflex attack somewhere that doesn't belong, then I'm confusing myself. So whose responsibility is it to do deflections? I guess the only question is, do we need to know that we were doing a reflex attack midway through its deflection? If you get attacked a second time, midway through a deflection, do I need to know that you came from a reflex? Because then I would child it, and I would just be able to ask, am I part of reflex? If not, it's just whatever. It's just that I also wrote this new system just today that I don't want to put the same decision in two different places. So the decision is that I have these I have this collision arbitration system that I wrote that allows hit receivers to jump in ahead of the player logic and say, we are taking control now because our conditions got met. And instead of doing this, getting hurt, the player will parry. So that's kind of what this system's for. And if I split this reflex deflection versus parry out of one state, now these two separate collision handlers, the sword behavior and the reflex attack, are both going to have to fight over who gets to do what. And I would want the sword behavior to win, but I don't know how I would determine that. I guess I would just give it a higher priority number. I think it's inside of reflex attack. I think reflex attack has the deflections. It feels weird. The sword behavior is a parent object that governs all of the different attacks that the sword can do. So this is sword behavior. This is sword behavior. All of them, anything that is happening when you're holding the sword comes under sword behavior. So it's like an enveloping, like a container. And the question is, does that container determine whether or not we go into the deflect animation? As I'm doing this, who determines whether or not what we just did gets canceled into a deflect? The parent container or the child directional attack? I don't know. I have the sense that I will want to do the directional attack from, a deflection in a lot of different circumstances. But I guess it's also the difference between what kind of deflection are we talking about? Are we talking about that positive, like, that's okay. First time drunk, second time. No, it's fine. Is it that we want to have the difference between rattle and whatever we call this positive deflection? This is, I guess deflect is what we'll call it. So, okay. Maybe the reflex attack is the one that determines that we go into the deflect, but the sword has the deflect. We could do that. And deflect can be its own thing. And yeah, I like that. Okay. All right. Then the other question about this, which we didn't answer, was how do we know that we're doing deflect? So it's this question of where does this slot into this? I guess it would be inside of reflex, right? It would be reflex immediately pivots into outplay. It wouldn't be then, it would be here, which would mean it's either part of the collision or part of reflex. I suppose it's part of reflex. I think it's just part of this. Reflex has to know whether or not it's going to deflect or not, which means we might as well give the reflex animation the defend, unless the sword is the one that determines this. Enemy poise determines that they cannot be outplayed in this exchange. Or we actually go to collision info, and actually this feels more right. and we go to the outcome, and then we say clashed instead of reflexed. Maybe reflexed is the wrong name for this. No, well, reflex is that you sort of do this like shimmery, like fade away. That's the reflex. Well, this is what we're trying to solve. The outcome of the hit. No. Let's be clear. The outcome of the hit is to do with the hitbox and the hurtbox touching. This happens because, like, so Armin is swinging, his hurtbox gets hit by the enemy hitbox. But because he's in a reflex state, or because he's upswing, let's have a look. So this is a guard box with the up direction that determines if something is coming down at us that we reflex. But we could call that deflect. I mean, there's no reason why we couldn't. Let's call it reflex for now. Let's keep it called reflex. And then we still need to determine, though, if there's a slight issue here. Let me explain. I'll explain with hitboxes. I'm really just rubber ducking here. So this is my hurtbox. This is your hitbox. Enemy hitbox hits my hurtbox. And this is just called a hit, right? And a hit does a few things. It has a collision info that gets generated that determines a bunch of stuff about this, like how much damage does this do? How much damage does this negate? How much poise does this have on it? Some boxes have more poise than others. What is the direction of the attack? Is it coming down? Is it going upwards? There's a bunch of stuff that the interaction, this collision info, is in charge of determining. But what we're describing right now is something that is to do with collisions, but we're asking the question, how much poise does the enemy have? That question cannot be answered by this. This thing has no access to the enemy. It just has access to the hitboxes. So, and in fact, this is like it's never been a problem until now, where we've had to have these like almost like scripted interactions between enemy and player. Up until now, you've just been able to determine what the player should do because they got hit, or the enemy because they got hit. But we never ask, how much poise do they have when they deflect off of me? So yeah, we should do that. I think it's time to do that. So we have this collide life. We need life, collider life. And that's it. We can expose it. Now the question is, right now, collision info gets created by the life component of the thing that got struck. And this is the thing. This is what's really, really, really important. Not every hitbox is attached to something that's alive, right? A fireball is not attached to something that's alive. So we can't always expect for this collider life to be not null. It's very, very likely that it's null if it's a projectile or a trap on the floor or something like that. So we're making an assumption here, but we should check if it's null, I guess, as we go through. So, get component life. this is the only real way that we do this right now. And we can do this. So like animator. Okay. So when we create this, we can say collider life. And in fact, collide props is we have a collision. The collision could probably, yeah, it might be time to move that up as well. Okay, I want to move this. I don't think I want to do this. I think instead at the collision itself. So the collision, I have the two boxes. A collider info has an animator. I think now it's time to give it a life component. That just makes it much easier. So when we set this up, public life, and then hang on a second. This is a big dependency if I do this. I think it'll be something like that's really tough. Maybe we just have it as a property that can get set. Man, no, not easy. It's not easy. It's not easy at all. Basically, like the hitbox system should be agnostic to the life system because of the reason I said before, like fireballs don't have life. They're just colliders that do damage. So the idea of there being a life on the other side of this thing is, I mean, it's very... Oh, hey, Swappy Games. Didn't I do some gameplay before? Didn't you ask what kind of game I was making? Or was that somebody else? Yeah, I was literally showing you. I played the game before. Look. Merchant. Can eat food to recover health. I'll skip you up here. There's like cutscenes and... Oh, we can't go into that. Can't go into there. I don't know why that broke. Oh, okay. I don't know why that broke. So towns and NPCs and cutscenes and merchants and quests and world map. Ah, thank you. Do you know what? I pulled in a change that got changed recently. That Elias warned me that something was broken, and then I pulled the change anyway. What changed? That's not good. What broke? If I go to here, the door breaks. The door breaks because we try to go through here, and for some reason We can't get game system.current scene meta. Is that null? It is null. That's bad. Whoa, that's supposed to happen here, which is crazy. What? Uh-oh. Okay, I have a test. That's why. Okay, let me show Elias that. One sec, I gotta show him this. Sound effects. Okay, can I fix that? Yay, it's fixed. Okay, that was thankfully not a massive dramatic issue. Sweet. Alrighty. Well, that could have been terrible, but that was no big deal. All right. So the question is, someone said, what's the issue with just doing a check to make sure the life value is not null? It's not the check, it's the set that I'm concerned about. It's where do I set? So like, this is what's happening. Okay. I don't have a sword in this scene. Let's go somewhere I do have a sword. Okay. On this moment, okay, Armin on his sprite is a hitbox. Okay, this hitbox currently, and I like this about it, doesn't know anything about what's above it. It doesn't know that it's part of Armin. It just knows that it's a hitbox that does this damage. And that's fine that's fine. Because this, again, it could be a fireball. It could be a pebble that's slung out of a slingshot. It could be an arrow. It doesn't have to be attached to anybody. Like if you think about it, a sword doesn't know who swung it. It just knows that it's being swung. It just has it just has factors. Now, maybe you could say, well, someone is swinging the sword. So in the swing, you should say who's swinging it, right? And that's where we're at right now. So on the box collider, I can say, well, the box collider was generated by an animator. It has to be in my game. So I can at least guarantee there's an animator attached to this, but I can't guarantee there's a life component attached to it. So if I want to expose a life component, who should be in charge of setting that life component on the collider? It's tough to do that. I think that the only thing I could do was take the rigid body and get component on the rigid body for a life component. I think that's the thing that would make the most sense to me, is I just make a promise that when this thing takes damage, I think it needs an attached rigid body, and in 99.9% of the time, the attached rigid body will have a life component on it, because that's how I do it in the game. So as long as I can just assume that's the case, then we should be okay. It's just that I don't like to do get components at runtime. So when we have our collision info, collider info on trigger and to 2D, I think here we should be able to get the rigid body. Hey, Shooter. Oh, congrats. I'm doing well. So, this attached rigid body, it lives on the info of a collider 2D. Does that mean it's accessible all the time? Rigid. If I just type rigid body, or just body, how accessible is the attached rigid body on a box collider 2D? In the Unity editor, this is accessible in an info field box that's read-only. Is that doing something special? It's not user set, so how can I access that same property, preferably at runtime? The Unity inspector is just showing a computed engine property, collider.attached rigid body as read-only info. It's not serialized user set because Unity determines it automatically from the physics hierarchy. If the collider is on a game object, that's returned. Otherwise, Unity can use a parent rigid body. If none exists, it returns null. At runtime, you can access the exact same property. Attached rigid body. Okay, so I can literally say like call.attach rigid body. Oh, sweet. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. All right, so then on trigger enter 2D, when we say new collision, this and other call, this is where we would do it. In fact, we would do it this is a mono behavior. Oh, this is tough. I think when we process the collision, because I want these to be instanced, I don't want to check a by reference property. I want these things to be historic. Like when a hitbox hits something, if there was a life component attached to it at that point in time, I want to know about it. I don't want to be checking, 5 seconds later if the thing's been deleted and disposed of. I don't want to be able to get the life component at that time. I want to get it from when it was set. So then it would be here at collision info when we create this thing. And then, so then it is like what I was doing before. Okay, so life, other life, or collider life. And then we say collider life equals collision yes. But I don't actually need to check for null. I just say equals. Oh yeah, I do need to do that. Okay, I mean, that's pretty reasonable. It's not a very pretty sentence, but it's fine. Also, I want to get rid of this handlers thing. This is kind of old and non-essential. But for now, I'll keep it. All right. So at runtime, right there, that's where we check this. So now I can check. I have the collision info when we get hit on reflex. So now I can say It's something right here. Beyond reflex. What does that do? Beyond. Oh, it's too far. If we're not too far, okay. So we want basically here to say if col dot collision dot other life. No, collider life. These need to be publicly exposed. Dot posture, is greater than 0 or something like that. It's pressure, I think it's called. How do I work this? Get normalized. Okay, then we say debug.log. Here is where we deflect. Okay, let's see if we can make that work. I've got to find something with a better, more poise. And actually, it's not greater than 0. It's less than 1. Ouch. Ouch. Yep, there we go. That's a deflect. That's a deflect. That was so clutch. Yep, sweet. Okay. Thanks, Chipler. Okay, and then... But we kind of want to know, like in that instance, oh, this is tough. In that instance, right, we need to know not what its poise right now is 0, right? So when we deflect, it says, hey, we should be deflecting. But the hit that we just incurred on it brought its pressure to max. So instead, we wouldn't, oh, it's so tough. We need to know on the other side of this hit, how much poise will be left? How much, like, does it have enough to tank this hit? Because if it doesn't, we should push straight through and finish the attack. Because otherwise Armin is going to do the deflect, right? He'll just be deflecting even if the enemy is, like, he'll do the bong guard, even if the enemy gets knocked into the air. We don't want that. We want him to finish his attack. So it's not pressure to get normalized. It's like when we do this and we do apply pressure happens on character stun. Oh, geez. Oh, that's on the ground after tumble. That's okay. Wait, is it life? Who determines how much? Is it on hurt? Okay. On hurt, we take the pressure as damage there. So this happens when life on hurt happens. Okay. Okay. So what we want instead is to do a public float get projected it's almost like predict on hurt. Float expected value equals 0. Return expected value. And this is the if we were to apply the poise damage, what would the outcome be? So then it's this here is just doing the exact same thing there. And then and then we have this is that. And then we say, instead of apply, we do all of this logic with amount. So previous value is the current value. You plus equal the outcome. And then, so it's just expected value equals prev value plus outcome. In which case we could just say return that and get rid of this. Okay. So now we go to reflex attack. And we do, instead of pressure get normalized, we say and actually, this is out of total. So, hello? Okay. Exactly. That's fun. That was a deflect. That's also a deflect. That's no good. .16. But it's not 0.16. I mostly remove them. I mean, it's basically because I want to be able to read them. if there's like 100,000 debugs happening all the time, what am I supposed to be able to, like, how am I going to read the console log? Yeah, I mostly have none, unless I'm trying to test something, and then I remove them when I'm done testing, or I comment them out for next time. It's too hard otherwise. Well, I'm just going to have like tons of logs just going all the time. They're very situational too. Like, if I see a log happening, it's usually because I'm not finished testing something, or there's like an ongoing bug that I'm like, oh, that's when that thing happens, you know? That's more for like, well, look, there's an argument to be made for that, but I would not put that in the console. It depends. If you have like a special unit testing environment, the point is that you want, as a developer, to have visibility without being overwhelmed. So I think you can have a strategy where you just log everything, as long as you can parse that information. It's one thing to say store everything inside of a log system. Like, actually, in a game that I worked on recently for a museum, I had two kinds of layers of logs. I had what I called screen debug, which I was just saving strings to it, just like console.log. But then I had separately console.log. So I could always look at the full screen debug and just see everything. But then I could elevate certain messages to console.log based on different things. So that, you know, as long as you have control, I think that's important. Of course, you want to be able to check through everything. You want to be able to see, this happened here, but it can be hard to interpret at a certain point. Yeah. It depends how complex the game is too. Like, imagine a AAA game. You would just have like hundreds of thousands of logs a second. You know, you wouldn't be able to do it. It's also really important to be able to not just see that a log fired, but to understand the context when it fired. Oh, thanks, Beham. So I'm still not happy with this because these numbers aren't right. They're not correct. If I go to life and I go to on hurt and I invoke on hurt, I can go into pressure and I can say apply, and I can see how much debug.log. I can say applying this. Okay, so when I do this, look, applying 100 pressure, total is now 100, but I returned 0.16. So this is 1 out of 1. That's 0.16 out of 1. So I'm getting different values. My projection doesn't work. And I think this has something to do with the fact that when we apply this, that's not where it is though. It's life. Hang on a second. On hurt. This is invoking that. Am I doing anything funky to this? Am I changing the value? I don't think so. Hey, Red Hawks. 1 sec. I see. Predicting 20, applying 100. Okay, so when did that change? I think that's because of the outplay. On my collision info, I think I do a bonus where I multiply by 5 or something like that. Yeah, we multiply by 4 if we have calculated the poise. So man, that's so tough, dude. That's so tough because what's happening, I'll tell you what's happening. There's a moment here. Okay, he attacks me. Okay, I take nothing because I'm dodging. Now, this needs to know whether or not it's going to bounce or it's going to follow through with the attack. Okay, but part of the chain that's really important is how much poise is on his counterattack. But he hasn't hit it yet. I'm determining whether or not I should swing this attack right now. But that attack is part of the reason that I need to check. One of the things I need to check is how much poise damage this attack's going to do in order to know whether I should deflect or not. Oh my gosh. I haven't done the attack yet. It's 1 frame before this that I'm checking. So I can't do the tally to know that this is going to burst him into the air. That's tough. Hey, Red Hawks. I'm curious, you have been developing the game for a long period. Did any of the games that you've played during that time affect your vision? I think every game I've played has affected my vision. There were times, even like little things, like, I'll show you a good example. See this menu? See that? This menu is as simple as it is because of Animal Well. Previously, is it shop menu? Not that. That's Mordoria. Okay, previously this was like a skeuomorphic, like, you know, it looked like a big piece of canvas and it had like a whole bunch of extra info on it. And after playing Animal Well, I was like, man, menus in that game are so lean. They just showed the exact stuff that you needed to see. And in a way that can be liberating in a game because it doesn't pull focus so much. That's called everything, Sans Milk. So little things like that where I'm like, oh, I don't need to leave the game. Because previously it would kind of like take over the whole screen, the menu, for like talking to merchants and stuff. And it's kind of like, I actually want to stay in this context. I want to stay in the world while I'm in this menu. So for sure, little things, even games like Sekiro coming out affected my, you know, what I'm doing right now, the parry stuff. What else? Elden Ring, Night Rain. Kingdom Hearts, although that didn't come out since then. What's another game? More recent one. Oh, I added a musical instrument after Animal Well as well. I added a cello that you can play in the game. Because I like the flute so much in that game. So, little things. So how the hell are we going to answer this question of how much damage, how much poise? we have to decide in advance whether or not the enemy is going to be poise broken by an attack that we haven't done yet. We can't. I haven't played Silksong, but I have played about 6-7 hours of Hollow Knight, and it wasn't my favorite, if I'll be honest. Maybe like 10 hours of Hollow Knight. I played a lot of Hollow Knight. Yeah, it just, I have my criticisms, but Silksong's a different game, so I can't really say how I feel about it because I haven't played it. Interesting. All right. So we need to determine, something that we haven't done yet. I think we can kind of project this. I think we can say, but X and in, it's something that's temporal. It's not about where in the code. It's like literally it hasn't happened yet. Like not in the pipeline, in the game. Like it literally hasn't happened yet. He hasn't done the attack for us to know how much damage the attack will do. But what is valuable is we do know, we have everything that we need. So let me explain. So here's what will happen. I know what attack is attached to this. Like Armin knows what attack he's doing right now. So I could check the next hitbox that's about to come out on the animation. And I can say that's got this much poise. And this enemy is already doing its hurt. I mean, its attack frame. So it already has the hurt box that we need to determine like how it's going to react. This is the Martin here, this is the sprite, this is its hurt box right there. I already know what animation it's playing, and I know what I don't know is where they're going to collide. So if this had like a weak spot and like an armored spot, I couldn't say until they collided. Yeah, that sucks too. Okay, alternatively, what I could do is I could put on the reflex attack, so on backstep slash, what I could do is say this has a poise amount that relates to this. And so I could say, well, or I could just ignore altogether. I could say, hey, when we outplay an enemy like this, they take full poise damage. We just ignore altogether. It's tough. It's not gonna be a perfect guess. I don't know. This sucks. I don't know. There's no answer. There's no answer. Because this might not even hit the enemy. That's way too generous. This might not even hit the enemy. I can't, if they like have some really long attack and their hitbox hits my hurt box, there's no guarantee that this is going to hit them. So I can't blow them up. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'll draw it for you. I'll tell you what I'm talking about. It's like this. Let me show you. Enemy attacks me. Dude, I'm dying here at the paragraph spacing. And where's the list spacing? That's a thing too, isn't it? Okay. I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. Anyway, enemy attacks me, and then immediately after that, but I'm in a reflex state, and then therefore I counterattack. However, before I do that, I need to know whether I will deflect or will swing. So therefore I respond with my own animation. Okay. This based on like the enemy's tolerance for how hard it's like for how like strong my swing is. Okay, but this, okay, however, okay, this isn't usually calculated until after, oh my gosh, I actually swing the sword. Notice how this and this are the same thing. So I haven't done this yet. I haven't done this, but I need to know this for me to calculate this. That's right. So what I can do, I could do a couple things. I could automatically, well, if I show this for one frame, it's kind of weird. I could auto cancel. I could like do this and then cancel into the deflect animation. So it's like I actually let the hit come out. I let it hit them and then I go, oh, actually you were blocking. That doesn't feel great for me. We could like super expose it. We could like have it like show on screen the two swings swinging at each other. You know, we could literally do like ting and then we show the outcome. Like we just lean into it. Yeah, possibly. The thing is, it just doesn't look that good. Like it looks kind of, I don't know. It's that. It looks way cooler if you don't do this. If he goes straight into like a deflection, it'll look cooler than if you see this, because this, the next frame after this doesn't look anything like this. Like if I go on Armin, it's getting really hot in this room. You know, his sprite would be deflect. Something that looks like that. Bing, you know, or that, or that. So I kind of want to show a spark, you know, and then I want to show What about a clash overlay sprite that makes the swings look like they struck each other? I mean, there is one. You saw that big spark. What's stopping you from calculating the enemy swing early? That's right, Atreus. Invisible's a bit... that would be the worst hack to employ. That would be my least favorite option. Okay. All right. I think what we can do... Yeah, and I don't want to simulate the animation either. Yeah. Let's have a think. Let's just think a bit more. I'm going to turn the aircon on. I'm sweating here. I'll take a break. We'll come back and we'll fix it. Okay, I solved it. I solved it. I'm gonna take a break for a bit longer, but I just want to tell you what the solution is. What we could do is we base it off of... Let me show you. We have the action be a reversal. So we actually base it off of the enemy's attack that they just did on us, and we multiply that by some amount. So if it was gonna do 10 poise to us, we make it do poise times 5 against them. And that way, it's kind of like a real parry, right? You're actually using their force against them. That way, we don't have to calculate the attack we would have done, because we're already... We know definitively how much they have and how much they're swinging at us already. So I'll try that when I get back here. But I'm taking a break. Okay. So we're going to make this this reflex is going to have reflexive properties now. That's how we solve all of this. So reflexive, meaning it's on the enemy. It's not on us. Enemy takes their own hurt. I mean, that makes so much sense, doesn't it? That's just obviously like duh. So what we need to know in order to do this is we don't need this predict anymore. This just goes away. See you later. Instead, we want to say we actually do need to predict. I was wrong. It's just that what we predict needs to include... It's just some value coming in, I guess. Incoming, yeah. Let's just see. So then this is... Ooh, this also needs a question mark. If... Okay, life collider life equals life dot collider life, and then it's if collider life is not null and that's better. Bro, why is my formatter taking so long to do this? If multiple enemies attack at the same time with different poise outcomes, do we swing? The way that Insignia works is each parry will only be calculated against... Every hitbox collision only happens once. So if per hurtbox. So like Armin's deflection will happen exactly once because he'll get hit by the first enemy that hits him. And then he will immediately be in the next state, I guess, before the next enemy comes in, or that it will already have calculated it. There's not an opportunity for it to calculate twice, I don't think. But maybe, I'm not sure. I have to, maybe I'm guessing about that. Okay. So... I mean, we could just public float calculate reflex and then collision info and actually I want to call that info too. So this says not poise. Wait a second. So it's life.base poise times 4. It doesn't matter, right? We just take, when we apply, the amount that we apply right now is, we just take the life.base poise minus remaining poise. And it's the enemy life.base poise. So it's like info.collider life.base poise minus info.poise damage. Dude, you're killing me today. What's going on, VS Code? Be fast. Okay. Why can't I get info.poise damage? Oh, it's on process collider properties. Collide poise minus collider poise. This is kind of complicated. Poise damage. Collide minus collider. Times 4. Which should be called outplay bonus. Okay. Okay. Bro, I'm so bad at typing. Okay. Let's have a look. Whoops. 0.25. That wasn't very much. $40, $30. Well, 40 minus 30 is 10. 10 times 4 is 40. And the Martin has a life of base poise of 30. And if we look at here at pressure, it's your base poise times 4. So he should have 120 possible pressure points. Pressure points. His pressure max is 120. And we just did 40 points. So how is it that the outplay is doing so much extra damage? Is the parry that much better? Probably. Back step. Nope, only 10 poise. And 20 damage. 20 times 4 is 80. Why is that? I mean, I think you add the damage to it as well. Bad Cop says, how do I make a good puzzle? Why is it hard? You're pretty good at puzzles. I don't think you need me to help you there. What is the, what's the concern? What kind of puzzle are you making? Wait, what's the context? What are you trying to do? What kind of game is it? Is this you're making up a puzzle game from scratch? D2 jam. Is D2 like, what is D2? What's the jam? What would you say your opinion is on the hardest part of game dev? I imagine the hardest part is to polish a level that is acceptable for play release. I don't know D2 jam. No, I never heard of it. We're gonna find out. Constructed by the community, we want to jam. Who is D2? Like, what does D2 mean? Who are the community? A community-centered game jam. Oh, I see. Okay. It's just a not Ludum Dare jam. let me check. This is important to me. The criteria are super important. Overall, gameplay, audio, graphics, creativity, emotional delivery, theme. Those are pretty good. Emotional delivery, creativity. Yeah, I think those are pretty good. Actually happy with those. So a puzzle. I don't know. I can't do your jam for you. You can't trick me. Good luck. A puzzle. I don't know. You figure it out. Solve it backwards. And then if you play the game and then just figure out how they made it, that's how you solve puzzle development backwards. I don't know. You could do like a... Oh, okay. So someone asked me earlier, what's the hardest part of game dev? Hey, Kenji's Mods. Sorry, bad cop. You're on your own. The hardest part of game dev for me, I think this is genre dependent. It's very genre dependent. Like I've seen people online say, oh man, game dev is all about spreadsheets. Oh, it's so many spreadsheets and numbers. And it's like, I just think to myself, like, you are making an RPG or a strategy game or a sim game. You're making a game with an economy. I never have that problem. I never am sitting at my game looking at spreadsheets. It's just like, I don't even have any spreadsheets because it's an action game and it's single player. So for me, it's just not even a factor because it's a different kind of game. For me, what's hard is threading story and level design together in a fashion where the player like learns things in specific order. Like that is so hard to do level design, saying, okay, player's gonna come through here without knowing how to do this. And then they have to talk to this NPC because this NPC teaches them how to do that. And then they're gonna have to go over that, and getting that right when you have like lots of quests and lots of items, knowing where to put things and how to arrange them. And then when you need to edit it, you go, oh, okay, actually, no, I think it would be better if this character, if you met them earlier. That change, meet this character earlier, can be like, it can have such cascading knock-on effects of like, well, if I move this character back, I have to let you unlock this ability earlier because you need that to talk to them because they teach you how to use. But actually, if they're there, then they can't get stuck in this tree later. So do I remove the tree or do I move the tree? Do I put somebody else in the tree? Like, it's just like this constant cascading, Game of Thrones trying to edit, a massive thing. You're trying to make it fit and it doesn't fit, Making stuff fit is really, really hard. In a game where there's exploration and a linear story, it's agonizingly hard. And it requires, you will throw out so much stuff that was good stuff because it just doesn't fit anymore. It's such a hard problem to solve. What you do is you just make the game like level based. You'd never have to worry about exploration. Just don't have backtracking and you'll save yourself a lot of energy. Take the story out, take exploration out. Game dev's really easy. Alrighty. So when we calculate the poise damage, what is the crazy number here that's not working for me? Collide life dot get poise plus collide props dot poise. This get poise is current poise. Whoa, what is that? Pressured. If a pressured is greater than 1, base poise pressured. Oh, okay, I see. That's fine. Collider props dot damage plus collider props dot poise. Bull is guard. I don't think we use this anymore. Let's get rid of that. Simplify. Remaining poise is Collider minus Collider. But it's Collider that's timed by 4. Am I doing that wrong? It shouldn't matter, right? Which one we're multiplying by 4. Oh, maybe it does. It totally does matter. Yeah, that's actually totally different. Oh, that's much closer. 0.91. So 0.91 means we almost fully broke the poise. Now, the thing is, we actually did fully break the poise by like 1.5 instead of 0.9. You kept hitting forward instead of backwards. We're so close. Well, open world is sort of different. It's not like if in an open world game, like in say Skyrim, you can just go anywhere anytime, and the game's mechanics are very flat. Like you don't need. It's not a Metroidvania, so you don't like need to have stealth, 5 to get into this specific thing, and the game doesn't need you to do anything, right? All the NPCs are just where they are for the most part. So in true open world with no ability progression, just stats, it's actually easier because you just have stories that are all separate and you let them grow and increase at the rate that the player interacts with them. So as long as you have lots of things moving forward and they're not dependent on each other, it's fine. It's when you have very specific things that need to overlap in very specific ways, such that like you want the player to feel like they can go anywhere, but you really need them to go here and then there and then there in that specific order. So you're constantly like, keeping them on rails. That's hard. And most games that are open world but need players to do things in specific orders, like Breath of the Wild is a perfect example, where yes, you do need to do the first 5 shrines first, but how do they do that? How do they force you to do the first 5 shrines first? They do this. Here's the world. Here's the massive world map. Here's a starting area. They make it massively elevated off the ground and they make you die if you try to leave. There's literally a quad in Breath of the Wild that spans the entire game. The entire of Hyrule, there's a quad that's like just on the ground. It's just off the ground. And if you jump off the plateau, no matter what you do to mitigate how much like health you have or how much fall damage you take, you will touch this quad at some point and you'll just die until you get the parasail. And then once you've got the glider, the quad disappears. So literally physically hard gating the player away from the rest of the game while you're doing item and ability progression. So yeah, like literally, I'll take that again. So literally just gating the player by moving the geometry so that they physically cannot go to the open world. That's how they get around gated ability progression. Blah. That's how they get around gated ability progression in an open world game. But nothing else in the game needs for you to go anywhere. You don't need to have been to the Rito, village before you go to the Goron village. But imagine if you did. Imagine how much more complex the game would be if you had to go here and then here and then here and then here. And there were like very specific reasons why you couldn't, like physical geometry reasons but were also navigable later. It's hard, So I'm still not sure what's going on. Why are we at 91? I want to calculate this. Predict on hurt normalized. Life dot base. It's not base poise. That's wrong. I also don't know what this is. Why are you not able to move while selecting a skill to use? Because, first of all, it doubles as the target menu. So some skills are targeted. Pressing left and right targets the enemy that you're going to use the skill on. It's intended that you can't move. Okay. Do you think future Legend of Zelda games will go back to what they were before Breath of the Wild? I don't think they will. I think they're on a pretty... I think they're going to keep doing what they're doing, but I hope that they don't. I like the old Zelda format. Ocarina of Time's amazing, and I just think that they're too scared to do that these days. Same thing with From Software and Dark Souls. I think Dark Souls is just such a masterpiece of level design, but would have taken so much effort for them to do that it's way easier to make an Elden Ring than it is a Dark Souls for level design. Like orchestrating a huge team to make a very tight experience is really, really difficult, because how do you know who's supposed to be working on what if it needs to be so specific when the player interacts with specific stuff? Like in Elden Ring, they probably just had like a Kaled team, Leonia team, Giant Mountain team, and you just make a bunch of designers go design cool stuff in the space. You don't have to worry too much about the order in which you do it. You can loosely just say, well, this is a harder level than that. Fine, we can balance that to be harder. But imagine if like Elden Ring was as tightly level designed as Dark Souls. It would be a nightmare. All right. So I need to solve this. Let me solve this first. Pressure. Predict on hurt. No, on hurt. Okay. Thank you. Amount is max, whichever is bigger, the intended or the fallback. Okay, I don't know if I like that. Fallback poise damage is 25% of the collider props. That's just silly. I just don't want that anymore. Find a better solution, Adam. Oh, okay, so 110 is what we calculated, which is 90% of 120, that makes sense. So 110 is, I don't know. That's a big number. Is it important that these numbers are right? Oh, no. They have no relationship to each other. They have no relationship. Because this is just saying I'm 5xing the amount that the enemy was going to do on us. That's got nothing to do with what we do back to them. So this is fine. The only thing that we need to fix right now is that when we do the attack, that needs to be like adjusted to now reflect what we want it to be. Hey Zoronak, it's not up to you. It's not your preference. I don't care what your preference is. I want this to be this way. I may take targeting out, but this is not a question that I'm looking for player feedback on. Anyway. I can't see what you're saying. Shush. Everyone stop. I can't see it. Is it 5 minutes yet anyway? Should I be taken off the focus mode? All right, will deflect is collide life, predict, unhurt, normalize. Okay, so I'm sure I could modify the poise on the attack. I'm sure I could allow that. So I'll just do it. So then when we add the animator, the trouble here is going to be that we need to step in on the attack and change the properties of the attack at runtime. Which is really hard to do. Because they're baked into the animation frame. Okay. So then we take still can't win. I'd want to take the damage and the poise away from this, but that can't be right. I guess I could just like force damage on them, but I can't do that either. I want to like update this to have its properties change. That's tough, man. That's really hard to do. Because it's not determined here. It's determined on the animator. So what else then? A flat amount? I'm trying to assign now different values here based on what the enemy did to us. Because I was trying to make it easy for myself. Okay. No, it's fine. It's fine. Let's just move on. If it becomes a problem, I'll fix it later. So... then we say... add an animation event. It's not really about animation events. It's like there's serialized information on the animation itself. I don't use Unity's animation stuff. Well, it's not specific. That's the thing. This thing that we're doing, this animation will do it has a default attack amount. It has a default value that it'll assign when it attacks things. And I only want to like specifically override this one instance, but not all the time. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Okay. So all we want to do here is change what animation we do. Which means we go animator dot play. This is like, yeah, this is do deflect, and that's parry. So this is like do parry. Whoops. Uh-oh. And this is do deflect. Okay. Okay. So I mean, it's like a file. It's like an animation file in the project. Like JSON, but it's a scriptable object in Unity. So like there is a file that has a value in a floating point number that says this does 10 damage. So if I want to change how much damage it does, I need to have something that's like jumping on top and saying, actually don't do that much damage, do this much instead. Which is not easy to do. There are things I can do to change it, but I'm not I haven't used them in a long time. It would be like apply properties? No. apply effects. So I have an animation and I say get current animation, get the for each key value pair on the effect box. That's not it. It was like damage calculation effects. Modified properties. I think it was this. Yeah. Yeah. That's right. So I can add an attack modifier, maybe. Property modifier. It's been a long time since I've used these, and I don't know if they're very good. Like, I think it's just simple, like multiply. Yeah, damage, poise, apply weapon damage, apply. Okay, maybe this is okay. I could say equals instead of times equals. Where does this live? Current weapon animated, a box manager, set modifier. Oof. Is there a remove modifier? Oof. Yeah, I'm not looking for suggestions on this one. This is like, we're kind of years deep into the source here. Hey, Toasted Gears. Like in 2018, I already built a solution for what we're talking about. I'm just figuring out whether or not I want to use it. Can I claim game review? You could. How long is the game? Are you actually Kappa, or are you just Kappa? I don't know what Kappa means in this context. $20. Okay, then no. So we only get one modifier. That doesn't make much sense. See, like, that's weird. Modifiers. Yeah, I think we'll leave that for now. I think it's fine. We don't even need to do it. It's not a big deal. We just go back to reflex attack here, and then we say, okay, do deflect. Animator.play. And then on sword behavior. An hour is still too much time to redeem on stream. Whatever. And then we needed set state to deflect states if we're going to do it this way. Ah, man. In which case, I'd prefer to just... Okay. 1, 2, 3. Save. Please work. Kinda. Ooh. No. This is kind of like a whole separate thing. These deflect states. It's like core.set deflect state. We can't do any of our thing anymore. No. That's better. Okay, that's good. And then here we say collider life dot pressure dot apply. Yes, please. That much. Good. So let's have a look. What just happened? Did I just... What the heck? Oh, it did it. I'm confused. Why didn't it apply the damage that it said it would? Since 2017. Long time. Yeah, it's not doing anything at the moment. But why don't we see it? Because it goes negative. Okay. What does this do? Oh. so confused. Oh, that actually did work though. Hang on. So that moment there. Why is the predicted pressure 0? There was a reason why this was like this. Apply whichever is bigger, base minus remaining. Yeah, that's fine. Why is that max of 0? I guess I'm trying to clamp it. Oh, is it because its current poise is 100? Intended poise damage is max of base life poise minus. I'm confused. That's a good question. I don't have a strong opinion. I think I've called it. I think in this case, master is what it got called, but I would have called it main. I think I'm a main guy, but currently this project has master. So usually the Git repo will be opinionated about it. Like the UI that I'm using for Git will just auto do it, or like GitHub will do it for you, you know? I like main more than master, but master gets used a lot. All right. Prev value equals value. Value plus equals amount. And then I subtract if value is greater than total. Value just goes up by some amount. So that makes perfect sense to me. So what's the problem here? When I calculate reflex in the reflex attack, all I want to know is if the current poise is going to push us above the threshold. So if I go info.colliderlife is not null, then I take the poise there. I don't know why I'm subtracting this. Too many different ways to do this. How does pressure do it? On hurt, take the base minus life dot base poise minus info dot remaining poise. I hate that. I hate that. Why does it do that? Because it subtracts from the base poise to get the value. Okay. So this is the amount of poise damage. But how could this be anything? How could this ever be less than 0? How could you start with less? Oh, I'm just saying if you get hit by like 1,000,000 poise damage and you only have 100, don't go negative. But that value should go up. This is so weird. And that's not even right. These two values, why do these values need to have the... So this is like your base poise plus your properties. Okay. And your base poise... Okay. Is either just the normal number or 25% if you're pressured. Okay. So I have like, let's say I have 50 at the start. 50 plus however many my hitbox tells me I have. So 70, let's say. And then the collider poise is how much damage is coming in, plus how much extra poise damage comes off the collider. That makes perfect sense. And the remaining poise is how much I started with minus the collider's damage coming in. So the poise damage... Okay, but really, collider poise could just... I only need this. I only need how much this is. And I just want to add that to... Oh, no. This is the poise damage. If I take this value... Is it like the... Is it the math? No, it's not the... Oh, that's so strange. I think I understand what I'm doing, but it's weird. If I had 70 and I got hit by 20, I now have 50. And the difference between 70 and 50 is 20. That makes no sense to me. But I guess this is for the knockdown stuff, so I don't really need it. I think I could just say, yeah, damage plus poise. Damage, which is that, plus poise, which is that. So when do these get calculated? On process properties. Mm-hmm. I see. So can I say like, yeah. Or why not just say collider prop stop poise damage? What breaks when I do this? Twelve things. Okay, whatever. Yeah, let's not talk about normalization space. Let's just say I'm only asking this question in 2 spots, and I really just need to know if predict pressure maxed. Will pressure max? Delete this. Make this Boolean. That's right. And then this. I think we should just return, just say reflex is this. How hard is that? That's crazy. It's exactly the right amount. Wait, in that case, then the answer should be true. Ah. Hey. Okay, sweet. Has there ever been a bug that inspired a feature? Yeah. Certainly, there's been an ongoing list of things that I either leave in the game or take out of the game based on things players can do. So there's a bug in the game that's sort of not really a bug, but more just like a thing that games do that my game also does, which is that you can pick up speed if you bunny hop on a slope. Like, I never pressed forward, I only jumped. But because I jumped right at the right time, I'm picking up momentum. So you can actually go really fast if you do it right. There is also a thing you can do where if you parry these guys, it is Unity, yeah. You can charge and then jump out of the charge to get speed. Now I think I just took it away, which I might even keep it back because it was so fun to do. You'd keep all the speed. Now you don't keep a bunch of the speed, you keep the minimum amount. But it kind of broke platforming. The juggling was kind of like intentional, but I built the whole game on top of it out of kind of an accident. Check this out. So you used to be able to, I mean, you can still kind of do it, but you get like an aerial boost. Like when you attack, you sort of defy gravity a little bit. And when you attack and succeed, you get another hit. So you can, with successive hits, defy gravity for a long time. So this was me, like, this system would eventually become what is the ability system in the game. Like, it's built on this idea of like, oh, I attack an enemy and I get extra movement potential. There is still air combos like that. It's just not quite so powerful. So I can knock this guy up. He's probably not a good example, but let me try again. I promise I'm good at my game. Yeah, so you can... screwed it up. 1, 2, 3. But I try to keep things in all the time. was fun. Okay. So let's go back and have a look at this. Those aren't really directional, are they? So that decided that it would parry. Oh, because the amount is exactly the amount. How do I do this then? Maybe it shouldn't be so high, the parry bonus. Maybe the outplay bonus should be a lot slower, a lot smaller. Like 3? I could see it. I could see it. That's cool. It took two parries to get him down. That's cool. Well, it works now. Hey, Thetra. It feels terrible. Can I say that? Do you know how hard it is to be me? I know that sounds so ungrateful, but honestly, it feels really bad a lot of the time. It sucks being me. Do you know when the best time felt? Maybe it felt great. I think it felt great at the beginning. Like when I think it felt really, really, really good in the start of 2020. Oh, it felt so good because I was getting like 10,000 subscribers every month minimum. And my game felt like it was coming along and I was releasing a new game at the time. And everything felt like no matter what I was doing, I had support, growing support. And what that did was set a standard that I haven't really been able to meet since then. And so now everything I do, I measure against that. You know, I measure myself constantly against a time that I can't seem to recreate because the algorithm just has different things that it cares about, or people have moved on, or maybe I'm just at a point where I don't have that much to share all the time. I don't have the drive to make a new video every week about some basic pixel art concept. So the thing that felt good at the time, I don't have anymore. So instead, sorry, my ear's just a bit, something on it. Yeah, I don't have the external validation that I used to have. And so because of that, I'm just sort of like always feeling like I'm not doing enough. I'm always feeling like I'm not pushing hard enough, but I'm pushing as hard as I can. And that feeling sucks. To not have like a lot of financial stability, to not have a lot of feeling like permission that I can relax. I never feel like I can relax. I always feel like what I'm doing, maybe I should be doing something different, or maybe I should be trying harder or working longer, or that. No one should have to live with that feeling, but I have had to for years and I'm really tired of it. But I still have the game to build. I still have so much to do. Sorry to answer your question in a sad way. Why doesn't he do 2 attacks? Yeah, that should have a confirm on it. So why don't we get a hit confirm? Box manager on hit. I mean, that's straight up. On hit happens super early, doesn't it? Happens here when we apply the collision. Okay. Nope. Didn't see it. Why did this not happen? Prevents contact and not banned. Does it prevent contact, the reflex? Oh, that's not true. Sweet. Okay. Why doesn't that do the deflection? Let's have a look. So we get this, which has a whole bunch of stuff. And then we get spin, which is no special poise on it. Overhead. I think I put too much poise on this. Not here. Over here. That was sweet. Because it meant it actually took us 3 hits to get the ensign. That was actually perfect. Did I build the system of the summer? Okay. Wow. That's a lot of... that's a big change to the game. But I think it actually is going to do exactly what I want. Ouch. Jeez Louise. Destroyed. Let's try that again. Give me this controller. Very interesting because you end up getting the outplay if you can get ahead of him and do the attack. You get the outplay just by virtue of having attacked him first. If you can guess correctly. I don't know how I feel about that. Kind of cool. Okay. It's not single button or dedicated parry button. It's 2 buttons. It's defend. It's the attack button held down and a direction. Okay, so what is happening here? Why are we not getting any contact damage? I mean, contact effects. Or are we? Yeah, that was nothing. We should see it. So, player guard does have some stuff that it does, which is spawns a hit spark, does all this stuff, Vel X, all of that. So like sword behavior, or even reflex attack, deflect. You. Okay. Here. Cool. That's better. Yay! Oh, that feels so much more rewarding now to get that hit. I think it's happening. I think we might have solved it. Oh, bastard. Yeah, man. So much more. It really feels like you have to earn it. Oh, that's cool, man. It's pretty cool. The yellow enemy bar is not new this year, but it's new to you this year. The yellow enemy bar has been in the game since 2000 and I want to say 2020. If you just mash attack, what happens? You don't get much because he's got defensive states. So this is what happens if you mash attack. Ouch. You just don't do much damage. We're doing a little bit. We're doing like 10 at a time, 12 at a time. Maybe we should do less. Maybe he should take no damage. You can't mash parry. The game doesn't have a parry button. It's got a directional attack button. So there's holding the button, or there's pressing the direction, or there's holding and then pressing. Same difference. So you just have directional attacks. So to do a parry, you do a directional attack in the opposite direction of the incoming attack. So if he attacks forward, you attack back. If he attacks up, you attack down. If he attacks down, you attack up. Where do you find your assets? My fingers. Okay. So a couple of things not perfect, but for the most part, pretty good. One more time. I just want to check. If I'm holding the button down, I get the clonk. Yeah, it's pretty consistent. Okay, now, what does this look like against when we want to do this thing with you? Oh, he's not supposed to be there yet, is he? Or is he? It doesn't work anymore. Oh no. It's not quite right. We gotta fix him soon. So let's commit that. That's pretty cool. All that stuff we just did. And then there was one other thing, which is that if we are doing the deflection abilities, if we go to Armin behavior, we need to know that was a bit of a hack actually. Let's go all the way back to sword behavior, and then core.set deflect state is no good. So I need to, the challenge here is that I think I'm setting, there's lots of animation states, and then on do, we're really just saying, okay, if doing any of deflect states else everything else. And then doing any of needs to also, it needs to take okay, well that works. So if doing any deflect states, I think we just say handle canceling, handle defending attacks. What is that? If doing defend, starting else if input. Canceling into next attack. Let's try that. No. That's because that's not right. That's not right either. Well, we could say no. What's the logic here? These can go outside. didn't say one. Okay. I already solved this stuff. It's all this stuff here. So I could make the deflect states the player guard, and then only I could call this player deflect, and then I mean, what's the logic here? How do I know when to switch out? Is there a timeout? .33. Well, I could just say and state.time is less than 0.33. That's not right. Not right. Ah. Whoops. I am an idiot. Wait a second. No. No. It's greater than, but only here. No, wait, it's anytime. Wait a second. It was less than. It's less than. Okay. Why then? Ah, because of the defend case. Well, instead we could take this and do that. Nice. Try that again. Oh, that's so sweet. That's literally perfect. Couldn't be better. Sick. It's actually really cool. I triggered the thing. All right. And then there was one other. I might even be able to remove that. Whoops. Whoops. One more time. Hang on. It's the last thing I just did. Nice. But the buffering's not great. And it really shouldn't multi-hit like that. I hate that it's doing that. Okay. Meaning, now we're pretty much it. Okay. Oh, the killing slash does multiple? Is that what you're saying? Or is it just that we happen to be killing the enemies when we do multiple? I mean, that didn't do multiple. That didn't do multiple either. We are getting some errors though, so maybe it's just when the errors are showing up. I'm not sure. Hello. What's going on? Yeah. Right now? Okay. All right. I'll take a quick break and I'll come out. One sec. Sorry, chat. Sorry, wife. I'm getting confused about who I'm talking to. let me have a sec. All right. Let's commit this. Adds directional attacks. Adds options out of deflect. Whip options out of deflect. Sick. I'm taking a break. I'll be back in 5. All right. So there might be some other things that I need to be careful of here. Wait, first of all, handle state complete. Sword behavior. What is that? That's not anything. I think we need to recompile. Hey, Cart Maniac. I'm watching you on Android TV using an app called Sound TV because the Twitch app is terrible. Your channel is the only one defaulting to 720p, and I have to manually select 1080p every time. No, I don't. The default stream is 1080 here. Hey Super Chew, how's it going? Damn, that was almost insane. We almost got stun locked. Sometimes Twitch just does that. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm not outputting at 720. Let me check. It's 1080. Nothing scaling here. Yeah. Thank you, Super Chew. It's been ages. Alrighty. So what am I doing? I added that. There will be differences and things I have to fix. But for the most part... Hey, Swizz. I think these are done. There was something wrong about... Yeah, that was a multi-hit too. That's no good. Where is the ban? Oh! Ban needs to happen not just when we apply the collision. It needs to happen here. Selected collision. We have to do that no matter what. What is wrong with here? Call, which is info. The collider info needs to happen if collider info, collision info. So it's selected collision dot collision dot collider dot ban here. Oh my gosh. Wait a second. No, that's not right. It bans itself? What? How can that be? This must be wrong. Must be this that bans. Okay, that's not right. Or it's animator, like that. It's one or the other. Let's try that one. Come on. Okay, also wrong. How can it be that though? That can't be right. I forget how this used to work. Do you know what? I can check the... history. Call, collision, collider, ban, animator. And animator is my animator. So it's call, collision, collider to pan, animator. And this needs to happen, I think, here. Which means it's selected collision dot collider to pan animator. I think that's what it's supposed to be. Whoops. Ouch. No. You're not supposed to do that. Oh, is it because I'm multi-reflexing? Oh, that could be it. Well, no. But we shouldn't be receiving the hit after the first time we do it. I think I have to examine this a little bit more. I'm not happy with that. That looks like 2 identical hits. It could be registering it twice. It literally is though. Look at that. 2 hits. 1, 2. Hello, thanks for the follow. Two. 3. Whoa. That's too many frames, which means it's not getting banned correctly. Uh-huh. 2 collisions, but only 1 band. Let's try again. But then what's this? How could this be happening if that's banning? That's so weird. Are we hitting... How do we get 2 of these? On trigger enter 2D gets called twice? Why is that? Wait, that's not right. It's been called to register twice. But the call is coming from the same place. So when we register the collision, resolve collisions, and we pick 1 is what we're supposed to do. And then we ban it at the end. Wait, is it this collision's not clear? No. Is it to do with banning animator? Clear banned animators. When does that happen? It happens when we initialize. It happens when we initialize set box frame or clear frame. Oh, it can't. This is too irregular. This is too out of the way for this to be happening like this. Are we even checking if it's banned? This might be a problem. Mm-hmm. I think that can't be null anymore. Still good. I mean, still bad. Still not good. I'm still not getting it. Wait a second. Banned, true, and then it just did it anyway. Wait, but it doesn't say applying. Wait, so it did get banned correctly. And then it also got banned again. And also got banned again. And then it didn't get banned. That's Armin hitting him back. So then it's not to do with him. It's to do with us responding. It's this actually. Oh, I see. Oh, I see it now. I see it. This band thing and the check for band needs to happen like all the way up here. That's better. Because why would we do any of that? Hey, thanks for the follow, whoever that was. Let's have a look. Yeah, only once. Excuse me. Nice. We're back. We're back, baby. Oh, that was... I'm glad we fixed that. That was really annoying. For those who were asking about me debugging before, now that I've saved it all, I'm just undoing all the debugs. And then I'm going to commit. Fixes... broken banning system for collisions. Cool. So I think we're done, actually. I think we can merge this into development. Mbethke, thank you so much for the follow. I see your name now. So, yep, that's done. That doesn't matter. Done. On hit received. Yep. Done. Done. Enemy swing at player. Yes, that's correct. Hit exchange value arbitration. From the player's perspective, it feels right. Doesn't matter. That's fine. I'll keep that logic here though. It's nice to see it. Make it so that parrying an enemy with no pressure bar makes the enemy go into on guard. We haven't done that yet. Parrying an enemy with no pressure bar makes the enemy go into on guard. No. No. We didn't do that. Make it so that deflecting an enemy with no pressure bar makes Armin go into on guard. You don't get the fatal blow. Yeah, and that's what we did. And now that I made the task what we did instead of what it said, I can delete it. Unblocked feedback needs to be more universally applied. That's true. What have we got over here? Yeah, sweet. Consider removing second bar altogether. Nope, that's staying. Input new life collision events clash. Nope, get rid of that. Elias is doing those. Fix on-hurt arbitration to allow other scripts to jump in. Done. Oh, look at that. We're just killing it today. That needs to go there. This goes there. Save that. Killing it. Pals. So, now I think I can merge that in. So go to development and then merge that into development. Amazing. And then we can delete that branch. Push that. Oh, feels good. It feels good to get a win. Just a clean feature addition in one day. You know, just like I wanted to do the task, I did the task. Yes, that's correct. That's what we did. Holding block, yes, that's what happens now. On hit receive logic, done. Yeah, perfect. Tomorrow or tonight, I'm doing input configurations. So allowing people to pick between like mouse input and keyboard, or WASD and like IJKL, or arrow keys and ZXC. We don't yet have that in there, do we? Ah, I do have it in there. Okay. I have it in. I'm sure it's not working yet though. Can't toggle those yet. Can I change? No, I can't do anything with them. Okay, so I set up the menu. I just didn't implement the logic. Okay. Okay, that's not bad. Are these just placed where they're placed? I can just push them down further. No, minus 90. 85. Windows 95. Okay. Let's make them minus 90. And then push this up to 0. That's better. Maybe. it's something. Maybe push it down 5 pixels. That'll do. All right. I think modify should say option. Or alt. Just action and action 2. It should be like it's not option 1 and option 2. It's like a button. What do you call it? Like when a game has like a menu, I guess they would always just tell you what the thing was. But like, say in like Dark Souls on computer, there's a button that like unequips. Like I'm playing Resident Evil at the moment. On Resident Evil, you can move items around in the menu by pressing square on the item, and then you press left and right and it moves it along the grid. In that game, if you were rebinding what that does, what would you call that? Like menu action? Menu option? It's just like a utility button that can be rebound to whatever thing to do specific stuff in the game at specific... Like, if it was a PlayStation controller, that might be triangle, but it's not called triangle, it's called like something else because you're on keyboard. So what would you call, like in Dark Souls, pressing square in the inventory opens up, it changes it's called info. It like changes the info on screen. Configure. Yeah, but like this is like a button that across the game will be used to do the third thing you can do or the fourth thing you can do when you're in a menu. So like these are just XY, like ABXY. That's all these are. But like, maybe I'll just call it menu A, menu B, menu X, menu Y. Maybe that's just what they're called. It will make it more straightforward. It's just that they are 4 buttons that you will use in the menu. It's just that these 2 are always like continue and cancel. Do you know what I mean? Maybe I'll just call it menu X and menu Y. UI submit. UI back. UI X. I think menu is better. Yeah. Menu submit, menu back, menu X, menu Y. I think that is what it has to be. There's nothing nice about it, but I don't want to say ABXY. I don't want to say forward back mod, but that's technically what it is. I think it just has to be submit back XY. So then we want ample space for these. On the right-hand side. So the binding label needs to be like much bigger than 50. It needs to be more like 100. Is ready already? Yeah. All right, I'm coming out. All right. And then like this label here. That's not too far over, is it? If it was really long, this isn't going to be too long to get to there. I don't care what language you have. Surely they're not going to cross over. But they might get close, that's the only thing. And if you rebind something to like, I don't know, some really long name, it might be a bit weird. Right shift, left control or something like that. I don't know. All right. Well, it is what it is. I'm going to go, pals. This is a really good stream. You know, it's so... Whenever I'm like deep into updates, key, binding, layout. Whenever I'm like really deep on a problem like this, if I end the stream after a whole day or 2 days or 3 days, and I haven't solved the problem, and all I've done is create more questions, I think I'm insane. I think I'm crazy. I feel like I'm like a broken human being who's like incompetent, incapable of solving problems. I just make everything more complicated. And then as soon as I fix it, which I couldn't have done until I did all the stuff that I did before, I'm like, oh no, it's fine. Though I'm smart. It's like, why can't I just have the confidence to just allow myself to let things, you know, progress? I get so anxious if it takes me more than three or so days to solve a problem. And it is one of those things where in the past, like the people that I've worked with have said things like, well, why can't we just simplify it? Like, why do you have to make it so complicated? So I think I'm just way overly sensitive to that idea that I overcomplicate things. I don't know. I'm happy. I like the way that I do it. I just, as long as it, you know, as long as I end up where I need to go. All right, pals. I'll catch you all tomorrow. Alrighty. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much. We're rating Incarn, who's making a Zelda game as well. Thank you so much for checking out the stream. You should definitely wishlist Insignia if you haven't already, and join us on the playtest, the Steam test. You can check it out right now on the Steam page. Sign up for it, and you can help me test it. There'll be a new build this week, so I'll see you all there. Thanks, everyone. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.